I love it when I'm quick. No stream starting. It always gets incredibly quick. We should be live. Emphasis on should be live. Emphasis on should. We have a little bit of a delay, but not much. I'm trying to open out chat on my phone. Close this thing. Then, yeah. Hopefully chat will work properly this time. We're doing the 5th and final act of the... I'm trying to look for a proper face for my... Hey, this is alright. Funny. We're playing the 5th and final act. I'm not helping you, Anthony, not right now. I just thought that was Nuvolet. It's just a fucking bird. Of the Fontaine Archon quest. Which is at least second. Whoops. I just killed Venti on accident. Okay, you know what? I was just at the stadio after 7. Venti, heal up. And then we'll go in here. The Luke of Wrathful Waters. I pronounced it wrong. Deluge. Oh Malay, what's up? What's up, Ash? My chat isn't working on my phone. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. Why was I expecting anything else? Come on, phone, please. Please. Please? Come on. I see that I have a live chat. I just don't see the stream moving or anything written. It just says live chat. I have to one on my PC like when I'm... No! I see the messages on my phone now. I see it on my PC. It's working, the stream. Yeah, it's working. The chat isn't working. Damn it! Come on, phone! Okay, it's working somewhat. I see the messages. It's just extremely lagging. Come on, phone! Why are you so laggy? I can't have you running on my mobile data. Go to the lowest quality. I don't give a shit. You can even pause it. The only thing that matters is the chat. Okay, phone? I care about the stream, just the chat. 8 to 12. 8 AM to 12 thing. Enough to let's true identity and complete catalysm quickening. Actually, now that I think about it, let me just check something. Because I'm wondering what pity I have. I have another thingy where I can... I said that my phone didn't need. I have to watch stream. For my thing to work, I do have to watch stream that. Oh no, did I say something like that? I think you misheard. Genuinely speaking. Because my goal is to at least finish the Fontaine Archon quest. Because it's almost done. Here. Wait, it was on 9. Let me see. Because I need to add something. Okay. 7, 8, 9. Then 2 more on Layla. Three, 6, 7. Okay, I have to put in Layla on by hand. Got it. Where's the L? Here. Okay. Who's wanting to join me? Void. I don't know any Void. And then another 6. Okay, we have now 17. Pity. Interesting. Well, there was a stream where someone came in, but I would know on this side. There is no Void here.
Come on, traveler. Let's go. The world is full of lost
Time.
ballads just
8 to 12 p.m. a.m. Come on, an 8. I'm very precise. And let me see if tennis. It appeared last stream. You mean Fairy? The one who came in stream at the end? I mean, they do play Genshin. Though, yeah. Return to the dormitories. Again? Again? We're going to Maripide again. Fortress of Maripide. Oh, how I miss you. Not like I spent literally the last 2 acts here.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
I also have been spending my resin all these days. Sometimes instead of Fortress of Maripide, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
In prison? No, we're not.
Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Today's our release.
It's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Maripede! Come
Otherwise, Risley will probably get pissed. Masquerade of the Guilty. Nah. Yo, buddy. We spent our 45 days here. We shipped. Whoops. We're done now. One and a half months. That was it. My phone.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Shit, don't tell me it's again. This Flogist? That's not one. Primordial seawater. Don't tell me it's again. Yeah, Risley. Don't tell me it was. Oh, interesting. What's written there? Right, let's read that right quick. It should be a new thingy. Here. An exit card issued by the Fortress of Meripede. It's just a piece of paper, but it has been given a name most heartening. A new life's beginning. I forgive you for almost killing Femine, by the way. He's upstairs again. It's always a game of luck whether he will upstairs or downstairs.
Your Grace?
Yeah.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
That was like a tiny little earthquake just now.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Did you just use my wording?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Okay. What? Earthquakes normally happen in the earth. Like when continents, I don't know what to explain in English, but it has to do with the continents and moving. Mostly. Sometimes it's the volcanoes or something else. Anyway, they don't happen up there.
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
Yeah.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh.
Yeah, true.
You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
He's playing with us.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep.
Yep.
I am slowly morphing into Paimon. I literally said it before just now. Literally the same exact way. Jesus.
It's you two.
Sirin!
Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Other people have helped us out. Well, that was the goal of the Fortress of Meripede. So you're shot now? Depending on who you ask. I love Paimon.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now.
Yeah, no way.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Oh! Sijin, you're adorable.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
I love child characters in Genshin just because they're so damn adorable most of the time, at least. I don't like children, to put it that way. Sijin, adorable. Klee, adorable. Nahida, adorable and badass sometimes. Like, when I saw the Durin was going to be playable, and I know what mini Durin acts, I was like, I already know you're gonna be adorable. Please be adorable because I will be pulling for you.
You're not going to see us off?
No.
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Okay, never mind.
Wow, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
Damn.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's alright. It's not that I was never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
Ah! I have their faces in front of me. But I forgot the names. The one from Bombshell.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
No need to look so serious. We're not actually convicts. For fuck's sake, Novelette asked us to come and to make up a crime. He had us eat the cake Arlecchino was going to give to Farina. Or gave to Farina, but Farina didn't eat it, so he gave it to us instead and said, you ate the cake of the Hydro Archon. You'll be in Meripide for 45 days. Just to investigate the matter of child. Where the fuck is child? I didn't actually think where he's going to be there in every single act.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervalet was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
And explain to him, yeah, no, we did not find child.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervilette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure
course.
just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
What strings? What troubles are you talking about? Okay. Let's go to Mermonia. Ah! Fuck these names. Palais Mermonia. Hey! I got it right! I guess. Oi. Nerviland. Oh, there are quite a few people hanging out here currently. Sidine. She's the
The
receptionist
Palais
here.
Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Aww.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. But you can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
At the voice. We just had. Was that Katrina? Katrina's voice actress? Hello!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime,
matters?
please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's alright, we just ate.
Alright.
Very well, then.
Wait, he just said if you need something to drink, and Paimon was like, no worries, we just ate. Drinking and eating are two different things, Paimon.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Alright.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
No worries.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
Indeed.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A jealousy dream regarding child.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Paimon, I would think it was a massive whale.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Which means none of y'all can even go there.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you
Yes?
about.
What is it?
What was that tremor we felt
Oh,
earlier?
right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke, and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Shit. Shit. Isn't Poisson where the Spina del Rosola is at?
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
Honestly, I hope your little arc boat thingy is done.
If the change
soon.
in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
We have to get the people out.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Yes! Spina di Rosula's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
No time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
I will. Even if I'm... Nouvellette is considered meta, but I genuinely think about pulling for him just because he's got a nice character. And a very nice noise. Voice! Jeez, I can't speak. Shit. I hope it's not bad. The waters rose and spin... Well, the Spina di Rosula was already underwater. I mean, not fully underwater, but like... You see this area? This down there is where the Spina di Rosula is located at. There's already water. And already watery. How's it looking? I don't see a difference, actually.
Oh no. What happened here?
Oh wait, it was these things are destroyed. All the buildings near here seem to be in a pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Are you all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
She's still alive. Shit. Navia, I know you're... There's someone! Yo! Here on top of his...
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
Up there!
Oh, this is getting scary.
Look up!
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh, don't tell me it's... Desiree, sure. I don't know who Desiree is.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
It almost sounds to me like Desiree was dissolved.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Jesus. This ship here, by the way, is Spina di Rosula. Ah, my screen just turned white. Oh, we have... Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood.
Okay.
I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
That's a mouthful. Oh. What? What is a mouthful? Spina di Rosula?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere.
I was... Shit. How many people have died? How many people have died here?
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
Oh, I probably should clarify. The Spina di Rosula is not the ship. Those are just the headquarters, which is modeled after the ship, by Navia's father. The Spina di Rosula is more of an organization. What it does, I am still not sure. Some people explain it like it's a mafia of sorts. But I'm not sure how the fuck do you describe the Spina di Rosula?
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
You can put us to work.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we? Malus and Silver.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
By the way, where are Malus and Silver?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
They were dissolved, weren't they?
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters.
You weren't there. Malus and Silver are two of the Spina di Rosula which are closest to Navia. Malus is like in my head he's like somewhat taken off of a parental figure of Navia after both her parents are dead. He's her butler. Actually, both her father's and her butler. And he knows pretty much everything. And Silver is definitely even nicer than Malus. But at the same time, he's like, yeah. Actually, I can pull up a picture of Silver and Malus. Just so you have a picture of them in head. One second. Silver and wrong thing. This. Add that. Picture. And then pictures. Wrong. No, here. The two ones next to Navier are Silver and Melus. Specifically the one on the left with the sunglasses. That is Silver. The one with the grey hair who is a little older, that's Melus. In the first act, at some point, Navier was like, I feel like baking. And so it was like, no, it was, Melus was like, oh, Mademoiselle wants to bake, I have the quick cooker here. And so it was like, and I have the eggs, the flour, and all that, and sugar. They were just prepared for whenever she wants to bake, they would have everything ready. At all times. Yeah.
Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
I'm pretty sure they were dissolved.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
Oh, God. Suddenly the sun is there.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well,
There
given
are
the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Yeah, they're currently in a shock.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Melus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
There's nothing we can do, Paimon. We can comfort her, but we can't turn back time. Croissant?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Melus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Well, they're Consciousness will forever drift in the waters. You will find him in the Fountain of Lucine, where all waters collect.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
It's actually very pretty.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Ah, how could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Not everyone.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Aww.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
They don't even have their bodies. They're just gone. All that remains... Oh, jeez. Here. All that remains is water. Oh, wait. Thingy. They don't have bodies to be buried with. Because it's just water. That's what happens when Fontainian people... There are butterflies. When Fontainian people come in contact with from wild seawater, they just turn into water.
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Of course, Navia is the only one who fits the shoe perfectly in a way. No one is closer to her father than she herself.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
They would understand. They would completely understand. You can't do anything about it. And it still... They wouldn't be upset with you over that. They couldn't be.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help.
Why that's so in Malus, we would probably not be where we are right now.
Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But
we lost Paimon.
We were able to save more than we anticipated.
I'm happy that you like her too, because Paimon, I love Paimon. Her BA is shit, okay, but Paimon's innocent. Paimon is a little sweetie pie.
The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
Yeah.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
From all the ones I would have expected, not you. Hello, Arlecchino.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
They're working together? Since when?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
There must be a price.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
That's true. They're preparing.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could.
In this case, the Fatui didn't do anything. Actually, the Fatui, despite everything, the Fatui are pretty much innocent in this regard. I'm pretty sure the Fatui haven't done anything bad so far. I'm sure. Arlecchino tried to steal the Gnosis, and yes, they did infiltrate the Merapede. But otherwise,
as Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for others' salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
Rest in peace, Millicent Silver.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Okay.
By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Yeah?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Okay.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
You're asking us to check out the ruins.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Aww.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Can you trust an outsider like
The
me?
House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
She's like, my children trust you, so I will too. Oh, let me see.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
That's sweet.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
My phone came in. Yeah, we're going.
Got it. So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Sure.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm
Fontaine.
also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Another one, thank you. Sorry. I just had audio in my hand. I had about Because Navia's just losing people. Navia's
Since you put it that way,
damn it.
I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Couldn't read it in time. We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Pack up what? Cal's grave? Over here, let's take a little bit of a long round.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
We did it!
Yeah. Thank Barbados.
Wait a minute. Ooh, Farzan's level 4. We do not have enough for a single wish. Always gotta be checking. Marcotte, probably. It's the main, isn't it? Or not? Marcotte. Or is it?
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
I'm guessing we get Navia as a trial run too. We're going with this team. Yes, Farzan's level 40. She's just an Anemo support. I'm maining Venti. Definitely do not touch the water. Aha. Hello, dear enemies.
Yeah.
Into the wind.
Let's play. Brace yourselves. Here we go.
Crit! Venti, could you please crit for me?
Let's play. Yeah.
Why's your crit rate? Damn it! You need more crit rate. Whoa!
The floor here isn't safe.
Jesus! Couldn't you have said it any earlier?
The wind knows me.
Here we go. Yeah.
Let's take the chest. And go over here. Nothing? Okay. This is very pretty. Pretty.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Which means, Navia, you stay here. You stay right there.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should probably go back to safety, Navia. We're not going to be affected much. I mean, maybe it will cause some side effects, but not much.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other
All
option.
right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
I was wondering, because it's really pretty. Primordial... Damn it! Primordial seawater is incredibly pretty. Whoops. Misclick. Okay. Let's climb up here. Hello? Okay. Fucked up! Ah, damn it. You climb up there. You to the side there and jump. And again. Uh-huh.
Okay. Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Oh, there's things here. Food. Food! Give me the food! Why am I doing this? Okay, there's another door. Holy shit. I really want to I do not have Charlotte, do I? I can't switch to her. Damn it! It just sucks when you cannot take a proper picture. Now I have a selfie. That's it. Let me just see if it actually... That screenshot didn't happen, let's... Alright. this?
Wait, there's something wrong
Whoa.
with this bridge. Run for it!
Shit! That cutscene, I've seen it before. No! It's from what DLC water. She got that. She's a playable character, but still. You're the spinner di Rasula.
Demoiselle,
Is that Malus?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
What is happening?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine.
Navia. Navia, they're dead.
I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before
He's
with
dead.
foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Navia. Navia, those are the people who died. Shit. I don't know if that's a positive thing, but I feel like it's luring her in.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom.
Those are the people who died.
I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett.
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Navia! Yes! You heard that name when you heard about their death.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
They're the ones who are still
We
alive.
must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Shouldn't be on trial. Navia. Who would even be at a trial? Who died recently?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Those are all the people who died because of primordial seawater.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case?
Because you're not supposed to be here.
And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Who is your judge? Callus?
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
Yes.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded.
Yes.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Indeed.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
They're like, you're now one of us. The collective conscience of everyone.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Melus?
Malivus and Silver are gaining somewhat of their own consciousness again, and they're like, wait, hold on a moment. No, no, no. You're trying to force her to join the collective, no?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Basically, everyone who died from ordinary seawater joins a collective Oceanid. No, Oceanid, as we heard it pronounced. It was the same Oceanid that killed Vacher for I mean, this might be a different Oceanid because it could be a Poisson Oceanid, but the other one was from all the victims of Vacher, and they were like luring him in to them. They were like, you thought we were your past lover, but we're not. We're all your victims. Your past lover is here too, but she intentionally ignores you. So while you're here, we're going to drown you. And this is also a collective, but like more of a mind of this collective. Like it is all inside one Oceanid. And Malus and Silver have just gained consciousness again of their own.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice.
Shit, they're all like, everyone in this audience. Like,
have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Again, they're the collective.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
But you're one.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial.
I am confused. How the hell are you here? I mean, you're the rank of Hydrodang, but like, how did you fucking get here?
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Did we just... He's saving her. But I'm like, how? How did he know? Did we just go up and we're like... Shit. Neuvillette!
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
No.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Oceanate.
Silver.
They too are oceanites. Of course they are. They're dead. Died by primordial seawater.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Goodbye. Malus.
Farewell.
And so... this is emotional.
No, wait! Just a second!
Malus, Silver, and Neuvillette saved your life.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
How did you get here? Like... How? When? Huh?
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
You weren't dreaming. You were dead.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Malus and Silver actually protected
Were it
her.
not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
They adore you in a way. Like, I view them like... It's difficult to explain.
Please come with me.
Jesus.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
I'm saying, I am predicting that outside Fontaine is currently really rainy.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
He needs a distraction.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sichuan sends her guards.
Ah, Sijuin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
I think she likes it.
Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sijuin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
I think she's a lot quicker.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sijuin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
I think so.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here. Paimon, what should we talk about?
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did
He's just
they
like,
tell you?
He's just like, yeah, of course I'm a swimmer. What do you think? It's the nation of water. I think everyone here can swim
Yes,
pretty
in
well.
fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
Yeah.
Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Also, you have a really good eyeliner.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet. Love is destructive.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
What are you doing, Venti? Right there, I'm... Like, no. Okay. This is such a pretty old place here.
Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step!
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Alright, we're going there. Jesus!
Time to go.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Think you can get away?
Brace yourselves!
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Oh, no, wait a second. No. We'll have to get this. Again.
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Oh, chest. Give me the chest. More.
Yeah.
Teamwork is tricky!
Dare to mess with me? Time for takeoff. We'll see about that. Time didn't stop for me.
Could you stop?
Let's play. Yeah.
I was aiming for the eye. Okay. What will this do? Ooh. This is an elevator. If I've ever seen one. It looks like I'm trying to do a penny shot. I'm not. Are you alright, Ash? Alright. Let's go in there. Ooh, I was watching that earlier. I was wondering if we'd ever go there. Oh shit. Okay. I love if these ruins are old. Fun. Okay, we're here.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on that wall.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Celestia cursing the water drowning everybody, and Farina crying alone in a film.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It's a prophecy.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some some kind of island in the sky?
That is Celestia. And that's probably Egeria and the people of Fontaine.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
They're judging
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match. What are you doing?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
What do you mean? Weird. The issue is the order of the third and fourth image, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created these slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. No, I mean Celestia as in the place in Genshin. Celestia is very much
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
visible. Venti was to Celestia, as far as we know. I was once asked about it in the manga. From what I know, I have not read the manga, but someone said once that Vanessa was asking about it in the manga and he sort of avoided the topic. Whoops. And it was described as similar to a jail cell, whatever that means.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
You've only been alive for almost... Alive! Why? like almost 2 hours. Hello, hey furry.
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily. Which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Why are you taking back the message? I just saw you write hello.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
There's been a road to the base at Fleuve Centre.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
What?
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
You're really good as well, Pound.
Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Wait a minute, Mona? What the fuck? What are you doing here? What is Mona doing here? Well, I guess if someone knows about fate, then it's Mona. But still, that's a monster character all the way in Fontaine.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine? That is the better question. We're travelers. We've been to every place in the world now. Not every place, but still. And why are you down here? Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here today?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Yeah, same for my end. What the hell is Mona doing here?
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
What was your
There's
name?
nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Of course. Yeah, Barbeloff, we also know her. One of the witches in the Hexen Circle.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
Oh yeah, she is petty. She actually she is included in the newest Archon quest in Mondstadt. And she just bashes on Mona. To us. I'll be right back. I will just... I have returned. I just told my mom something. Real quick. And I am back now.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but once she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Yes.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple strength travel or triple appetite Paimon?
Terrible! Ugh. But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Yeah. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, The prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Could you help me get in touch with you, Master?
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Thank you, Mona.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Alright. Thanks, Mona.
And there she
always
goes,
check.
quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we were making a ruckus. Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you.
Alright. Thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
After conversation said get a good night's sleep and replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Pack what up? Cute little duck. Is it runner to the drugstore? Hello! I find it adorable that dogs in Genshin will follow you for a little bit. Like, you see this? Okay, now he's sitting.
Finally on the right path.
Yahoo!
Anyway, we're going to Novelette. Back up our drama, that's fun. Yep, thank you. Palais Mermonia. Serene!
You're here! Finally!
What's wrong?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Oh Jesus, they're fighting? Neuvillette and Farina are fighting? Full on? What the fuck is happening?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
dead. Dissolved in water.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
As the
All
current
gods
Hydro
don't have the
Archon.
same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
He was suspicious of you.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
She's escaping. Jesus, where did you come from? She's
Did
running
Farina
out.
not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something. Yo, no,
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
How about we send her on trial for the truth? Because Arlecchino was already talking about it, and it's obvious. Farina is no god.
But
and she's claiming to be.
Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Because there's something you're forgetting, Paimon. She considers herself to be the god of justice. Leaving would immediately cause for her to be misjudged by her people. They will be like, why the hell are you leaving? You're the god of justice. Defend yourself!
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
We have to Spina di Rosula and we have to Tui.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass.
Yes.
This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In this case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. The Knave. A few days later on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
As I say, if it's everyone that I was thinking are like, you know, maybe even her children. Or Spina di
Poisson
Rosula.
was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
Drinking tea is Risley!
That's what families should do.
No,
Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
I thought it would look into the side.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Spina di Rosula's here.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Oh no! No! Wrong person.
Me?
Wrong person,
No,
Elio.
I don't think I can.
I think they really like tea. I mean, Risley is like... Risley... This dude has like... probably every sort of tea that's to exist.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Risley. Never
I fear
mind.
that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
I'm always
Wonderful,
thinking
the
Risley.
spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
The reason why I keep thinking Risley is because he's so involved with the prophecy that he's built this ark and the... Meropede, I always have to think, leave me alone. The Meropede is a different force. It's neither on site between nor court, so it would be a neutral thing.
That was a
Chlorine!
little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
I find it funny how just the children of the House of the Hearth have gotten chairs.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
I feel like you guys will
Well,
have fun.
it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
You've got pretty eyes.
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
I was wondering, who? You have a boss? Who is it?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Aww. I think that's actually a sweet contraction. Blah blah blah
In that
blah
case,
blah blah.
do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
Yeah, sick.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard. but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Aww. Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
Yeah, I ain't taking the lead. No way. She could, but she just doesn't want to.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Me?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Hunting after, that Archon?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
I would not call this a hunt, but as there's not what you should do at present, nor is it ready to start your stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempt to take your secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking in a water that's been foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is all you will need. Ooh! Yo! Finishing the... Whee! This, by the way, this is also a space of the Spina di Rosula. As this symbol with the roses and the anchor, that's like this thing that looks like Spina di Rosula. It's their logo. Yo!
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me happy.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Yeah, Fremine is our anxious little boy. Do you feel more confident after the meeting, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Barbeloff! Barbeloff! Isn't it Barbeloff?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
It's Barbeloff! Mona has actually managed to get a hold of her. As for reference, we have never met a witch of the Hexen Circle. Personally, or more not the normal terms. That is Barbeloff. Alright. Why the hell did I just want to say rest in peace? Please don't rest in peace. Well, no. I mean, resting could also mean sleeping. So I do wish you rest in peace, but the sleeping way, not that way. No, don't go to sleep forever. Yeah, that's Barbeloff, but like Alice last time, and our conquest took on the form of giant Dodoko, but they took on lambs as forms, books, I think, lanterns. For fuck's sake, they can take anything, and that's Barbeloff.
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Wait a minute, what?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Okay, you're not Barbeloff then. Bye-bye. You're not Barbeloff then. Are you? But you're still from the Hexen Circle. Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
A commission from a friend's disciple on a whim. As I said, that's definitely a witch from the Hexen Circle. I mean, it's a typical tactic to just take on regular objects to talk with us. And friend's disciple, Barbeloff's disciple, Mona. Allow me to ask, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Mage N.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Are there really no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
I understand half of that.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
A tea in a teacup is just about going
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Who is N? Let me just Google it. Because let's not. Mage N, is this a clue you're leaving for us? You don't expect news leads on a complaint. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I'm on here, someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona! How have you been the past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist?
Oh, of course we heard of her. Hey, Charlotte.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
What exactly do you mean?
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over. You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
At least she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Why do people always assume they're all-knowing? If they were all-knowing, wouldn't they just be all equal? You know, everyone would know everything. That's not quite how gods work in this world. Like if Zhongli was all-knowing, he wouldn't have needed to see Fontaine. Leo would be able to protect itself. Meaning he's not all-knowing. A didn't know what was going on outside, so she's also not all-knowing. What's literally happening in her own nation, she didn't know. She's not all-knowing. Gods aren't all-knowing. That is a weird misconception in Genshin. Paimon, you've met gods. You should know this.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be? Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Let's just say they're not mortals, Paimon. At least not anymore. Is there any mortal in a Hexen Circle? I'm wondering.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Look, let me get a pen.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Huh. True, her words were meant as a helpful hint. But when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. Oh, I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
She's also very pretty.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Will it be raining?
Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
I ain't going all the way up there. Let me just go down. Is it raining? That's all. I'm wondering always. I mean...
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
We were famous.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
I'll turn off chat. Hunters, prophets. Yeah,
we're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Oh, sorry. Anything but Fanta. Well, now we'll be here. No.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
And it has not really sold out
so
for today.
delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone else get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Sadine!
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
What is it always with food?
Did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
True.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
I do love the magazines.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
That's certainly not the only way
to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Melzina's so cute.
And there she goes. Alright, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
I know they're grown-ass people who are like independent creatures, but leave me alone. They're adorable, and I will not change my mind. You should glance of Paimon's no.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Leave hotel the ball.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Bro, I cannot go. We can't.
Gotta
make sure Lynette stays away from the dish racks.
I was expecting anything, but you mentioned Lynette? Hello? Should I redo my storage plan for the tableware again? the tableware. Well, I'm currently considering how to arrange various utensils we use here at the hotel. I used to place them in a rack close to the outside, which could make them easily take in use. But Lynette once knocked them over when she was invited to perform here, causing them to clatter to the ground, shattering on impact. Fortunately, Lynette wasn't hurt. Everyone would surely be aggrieved if her beautiful face was injured by mistake. I have to agree with you. I know, right? Back then, Lynette didn't blame us for not taking care of the tableware better. She even apologized, saying that this sort of thing always happened to her. Maybe she only said so we wouldn't feel too awkward. Yeah, too awkward about things. I mean, she seems rather cold. You're actually super modest and polite. Whee.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
That's unlocked reputation for Fontaine. Truly spectacular weather today, no? Quite comfortable. If only the weather was this cooperative every workday, it would be quite merry indeed. Speaking of my work, my dear, you're here to interview for the troubleshooter position advertised in our Tales of Humanity section, are you not? I am. Excellent. You didn't ask any question about the title troubleshooter. Thus, it can be surmised that since our child is well-centric, is simple and easy to understand. Putting that aside for the moment, would you like to know how I was able to correctly ascertain we were here? I cannot speak. Here for the job and not seeking to ask help in our Tales of Humanity section? Observation. Every citizen who comes to Steambird seeking help appears anxious and jittery, but your steps are relaxed and your expression calm. Those who are fortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune all have their own woes. But you needn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via Tales of Humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. Have a look at the batch of commissions. Hello, we unlocked the first thing too. What is this? Steak tartare. All you need to do is find some time next week to read through the submissions to Tales of Humanity. Pick out a few commissions you'd like to handle, and come find me to collect your payment. Some commissions are so drop-dead simple you wouldn't believe it, but you shouldn't underestimate the value of your work. For us, the promise of it, if we can help gratitude of the people, and your reputation among the citizenry will increase over time. When that happens, I will give you more complicated and important jobs. I want to help everyone to achieve happiness and be a lighthouse illuminating humanity. Such is the calling of our paper. Such are the feelings and aspirations of every publisher. Need for an interview? Your interview was complete before you even arrived. Don't be surprised I have my ways. If I couldn't even manage that, how could I manage a newspaper? Alright, I've told you everything you need to know about the job. As for whether or not you want to take it, that's up to you now. Think it over. right there. Charlotte!
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yep.
You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Yeah, you just need to give Paimon food and she'll be on your side.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Yeah.
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
Well, she is the disciple of one of the mages of Hexen's Oracle.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
But she has respect for you.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Maybe another time.
So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Bye, you're alive until then.
Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
I realized the steamer is an actual pelican mech.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Bye-bye.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Tomorrow.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Let's see how it looks today. As it will rise again shortly tomorrow.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Make my sibling a last time. If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on. What is that?
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Probably just a ship. So you're just fighting, bantering. So save us through summer. Photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Roulette again?
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Ah. You have a voice actor. But there comes... let me see. That voice just sounds so familiar. It's like a little bit of a more adult sounding Kachina. I was right. I love it when I'm right about these things. When I'm guessing and it's not quite guessing, it was really, I heard somewhat Kachina in there. But it's actually canon. Why the fuck did I just say canon? It's actually true that they share voice actors. So you're under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, You mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
She is not a god.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure, Connor?
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see we're going to detective done do some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Let's go to Poisson. Are you fucking kidding me? There it is. Oh jeez. You're nearby to Spina di Rosula too.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of death at station. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Lady Farina.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh, stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina.
Who's that? Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean,
Oh,
tear
her eyes are actually red.
Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marechaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Stop trying to act tough, Farina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the let them get their way.
Ah! Farina just ran off!
Oh,
Quick,
yeah.
we have to catch up with her! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine, fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Okay.
Lead the way.
Is this part of the plan?
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This is not what I'd call selfish.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
A disaster just struck us.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Rena finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. Even to talk amongst yourselves as Rena slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope will disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now,
Indeed,
it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
running out of time. We can't survive. Frida, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to
share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even when if you're dirty, if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide it to someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
So time left. Please, Frida, just spit it out. Ladies, just like that. I brought the Archon to you. My heart is racing. I did not expect that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
You will literally, quite literally, force her into court. Oh god. How? You literally, I just imagine like they grabbed this box and just carried the entire box to the opera epic class.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Do they still not have this? Anyway, there's lunch.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
You refuse to go on trial? You, the god of justice?
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Rina, I doubt you can fight much.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Even if she dies with it.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow. How utterly humiliating.
Oh no.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
Navia's here and Charlotte is also here.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
Shit, I have to go to bed.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth. And it still turned out to exist in the end. It's okay though. As long as we can defeat Farina on court, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. Not defend, defeat.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
That's amazing.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
How the fuck did you do it?
And that's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes,
Indeed.
that is correct.
You wouldn't refuse. That was the point.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
Well, that too.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Oh?
My vision was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived on the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing I can do now is judge the Hydra Archon. Still, I can't help but feel a little about this conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's a super practical gift.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Alright.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. But Fatui Harbinger, she's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
What?
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I
came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
I'm sorry. What is it?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Oh, it's so great.
I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See?
Liar.
Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Even that sounds suspicious. Lady Farina, it sounds like as if you're trying to bribe us. Not with money, but like other ways.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see us Archon because of that, as that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Quick. How do you know it's so special about Farina? The knave said it.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us information. What matters is the veracity of their claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Damn.
Never had sensed it too, huh?
So Farina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Thank you for giving us that, because many gods look just like humans. So, yeah. At least in Genshin. I mean, yet there are exceptions, but Age, Zhongli, Venti, Nahida. I mean, okay, Nahida has some pointy ears, I know, but otherwise, they all look human.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, Everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For
What can you
centuries,
do?
manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait. That one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control of the Oratrice at all. Child's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order.
Yeah, give us an explanation. You're in court.
While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
At least we believe you're the
You will
Archon.
prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Including you.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Shouldn't you have perfect control over your element, or at least strong enough that you could protect everyone involved here? Not to mention you have Neuvillette, who has also incredibly good control over Hydro.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
Again.
You don't need to go that far.
Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
That is no excuse. That is no excuse. Nahida had barely any faith in her. People barely had faith in her, and she still managed to do power. That is indeed a shit excuse.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Yeah.
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
It doesn't. If we can't prove she's not an Archon, we can try to prove she's human. And if she's only human... See where... You're from down. Back by 90 minutes power. Shouldn't you?
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
In every court, in every single trial, Navia was interrupting. At this point, I have a feeling that Nicolette is just growing used to it.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
Yes.
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Yes.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you are present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait,
there it is.
What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Neither did Fromine.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yes.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? Farina cannot have not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. It's just too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade and save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Of course it did.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
You're not. And we have enough proof. Everyone will agree.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Farina knows she's lost.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
guilty.
Guilty.
Farina's sitting on her throne, crying.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
It's obvious.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice just declare Farina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
Sentence says never spoken out. There is a death sentence. Child said in the first act, there is a death sentence in Fontaine, but it's pretty much never spoken out. In fact, I don't think it's ever spoken out in history.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
There's one thing. We've established something. She is not the Hydro Archon.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
It is not.
Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Instead of Farina, the Oratrice ran the judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
The true Hydro Archon is on trial. Is guilty. Not Farina.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
From where did you come from?
Is the trial still going?
What? What?
Fremine, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
If some help were out of two, Femine brings a stone slate.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Oh god, the primordial sea.
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
It's actually really sweet that he actually went out and is currently the center of attention, even though it's everything he doesn't like to be. It's still too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanites into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Associated between the contents of slates and the elements in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
I still remember. Here information on them. You can find scenarios related in the stone slate's contents and the incidents. I can verify that content. The font of when you have finished verifying all the stone slate, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydra Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Yes.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydra Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydra Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydra Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydra Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Verify. What do you see?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
It shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydra Archon and people worshipping in the together. The heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydra Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
I think our judgment. That's why kind of sin merits such a verdict. Surrounded by many people. Only prediction members of this community result
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea, could that be alluding to the same thing?
And last but not least, it shows a scene where the base continued to describe the press. And to be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydra was still on the throne and weep. Power.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
This isn't a prophecy. It's a retelling of what already happened.
The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Thing here.
You can make sense of it.
Indeed.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
I'm sorry, Nicolette, we might have to,
Let's hear them.
Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
I was like how Farina isn't even saying anything, she's just there
Indeed.
crying. So you said the crime of the Hydro Archon was the creation of Fontaine.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Yeah.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Wait, you're the sin! You don't carry original sin, you are
And
your
yet,
original
after
sin.
many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
So third sight, I'm still convinced that it should come after fourth
Yeah,
sight.
isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
It depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. but since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. Thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
We were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Yeah. Imagine just hearing your entire life's a lie.
That's the truth. We can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they're on the right arrow? What's the 3rd slate?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Can't be. Wait.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
And freeing us.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
That's why Farina wanted to stop it.
What should we do?
I know, it feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Yo, Nervalet, how good is your seal?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Yes.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
What could be worse?
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
The whale? The godforsaken whale, isn't it? The source of the catastrophe.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Actually, let me think. Okay, no one. Okay. Sure. That is child.
That doesn't sound...
No, wait. It's a whale.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
That! Shit! High ground! High ground! Go to the high ground! Run! Well... Shit! Shit! I was about to say, did you just eat Nervalet? Shit. Hello, child. Nervalet and child are actually working together. I have no doubts that that will be enough. No. You can't hold the form forever, buddy. Down there. It's down there. I ain't dumb.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. I'd wager that is also the one that Chell saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
It's crying?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Shit, and now we're a bunch of people. Scatter! Scatter, everyone!
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That's why it didn't attack Child. Because Child is essentially nothing for him. It's like, nah, you don't have C1 in you. You're not from Fontaine. You're not tasty. No, thank you.
That is correct.
Goodbye.
Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yeah, I'm surprised. If it's been fighting us for a long time, then holy shit. We still have his vision. We still have his Forsaken vision. It's still in our possession. He's been fighting it with his delusion, of course.
Battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
If it's a fight, you know,
Anyway,
don't say do
now
it.
that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
All we need to do, as if it was an easy thing.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
There's something. Us! Because of the simple thing, we couldn't have been included in some prophecy. We're not from this world. We're the only ones who weren't included. Like, everyone in this room can be predicted. We can't.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
The thing is, it's currently in the primordial sea as far as I know. So, you're all...
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Nuh-uh.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
For fuck's sake, I have to go to bed. But I'm almost at the end. I'm almost there. Fuck's sake. Yo, N. Actually, a plushie of. I have coverage of another character, which is also called N. What is it? Where's my N plush? Seriously, where is it? Oh, there it is. My N plush is. I need to turn off the light. My N plush is of the Murder Drones character called N. It's big dog, essentially. Which is not the character from Murder Drones. That's not a dog. Not actually. Anyway, let's go back to N. On Genshin. After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Justice prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Us!
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there is still a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? Was it her real secret?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
God, this is a beautiful scene. No, no, it switched.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
I like how he's quickly just like, you are Focalor.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
Fossilos is really pretty.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
It's not supposed to mean.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
You were once a human. Interesting. Or one of the quote-unquote humans Ejira created.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
It's, oh god. My voice is leaving me. So you derived your humanity from yourself.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady. to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Amazing
I
actress.
suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
One she will never receive.
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. A sufficiently strong height of sensitivity, I can form an emotional correction, just like I did with the Oceanid in Fontaine of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? So this is what her plane of euthymia is like. Farina? Why is she not on the stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Farina. It's like the reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. No, I don't wish to leave. What? Let me see. I'm just trying to get a good picture of her. Oops. Nope. Farina.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Wait. What is August? No, I know what August means. The month. It stands for transformation, I guess that. Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Don't look at me. I don't see an audience here.
Oh,
Just
do
let the
not
lights
jest.
go off,
Can
please.
you not feel it?
If only for 1 second.
I am Focalor. The
That way
eyes
I
of
can
countless
become myself
Fontainians
again.
are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through there. Even in her heart, she In her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydra Archon. What sort of resolve must she have when her subconscious would have impenetrable defense to find a way?
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Shackles. Yo.
Let's play.
Thick.
Let's light it up. How rude. Brace yourselves.
Okay. Then the ones on this side.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Here's the score. Let's play. How rude.
You asshole!
How rude.
You're an asshole.
Yeah. Off we go.
Wind strike.
Here we go.
Last but not least, this one. That's all the spotlights turned off in Farina's heart. They must be have symbolized the eyes of her people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Or was that her true voice? A ticket. When did that end up here? Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Farina. I'm taking another picture. Just
Farina. Farina.
Shit.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
You're not quite like them.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
She grew out her hair, like these two strands.
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
It's literally like, that's why she was so adamant in court. She was like, if you believe for me to be that, then you will all die.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
Your trial.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
You're not looking forward right now. Accession speech, Frina. Her hair is grown out now, meant to resemble Fossilor. Let's see, there's up there normally. Huh. The Archon is missing. Or is it just behind that curtain? Properly. Let me just... Can I choose it on both sides? Or just one? That's both.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese.
Let me just look it up. What means epiclese? French to English. Meaning. Okay, it's Greek originally, but it means to call upon a god to be like, to bless something, to come down and bless something, or like, yeah.
I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
You sounded so sweet. And then you just said, no.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
Oh. That's why she acts that way. People were being assholes.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolution of
My
conviction.
dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice.
So actually, Farina is actually a pretty sweet person.
We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
And the speech empathetically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
Now, whenever people doubted her, being like, yeah, you're not like how we're expecting an Archon to be like. Like at the very first, she acted nervous at first. She was like, what do you mean? Was it not enough? Was not enough drama? Was it not enough? But we're in comparison to every other person, we have met other Archons.
So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Act Scene 3, Opera House. Farina. Jesus. that was oh, that was great. Anyway, let me see. I suppose we have to go where the light shines the brightest.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Okay.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
Is that what you agreed to have people see her? So that they could constantly view her? So that they constantly could see that she's the Archon?
No
and never
need
had...
to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not?
It was to create a no-gap doubt. No gap for doubt. No gap for doubt. That... My speech is horrible. So that people would always constantly be in connection with our Archon. So they would always think, that's our Archon. They always know her, always think of her, always think about her, talk about her.
I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
What is this now?
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
Okay, I'll be right back. I just need to wash something. I'll be right back. My hands, for example. Do not question. It's complicated. It's pretty complicated. I don't even know how to explain it. Sunny's my rat. Would you like to say something, Sunny? She isn't saying anything.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Oh, bad.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
I like how sweet her voice is when she's not pretending.
All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5, Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Quite literally, a picture of her smiling through her pain. How?
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps make the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Opera's Farina and the Traveler.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice in the scene. From when we were with the giant box? Yes, it is the trial she's been waiting for. The trial. This is great! I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
She was about to.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Which means, if you told us, it wouldn't have affected the prophecy at all.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
And the curtain has fallen.
Fine.
curtain has fallen. She's on her
So
throne.
even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She
What is
did
the
very
first
well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
It's something.
I've
What
always
is it?
suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
That's why it always said your verdict to be true. Because you are the truth. It never contradicted you because it had no need to. Possibly there were times when it might have contradicted if it were any other situation. If it was actually conscious, if it was actually there for justice. But instead, it's not.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
So in truth, I've known for about this. 1 second. I have to move around. When people said that there is no Hydro Archon, despite Farina being representative of the Hydro Archon, they were selling the truth. Even if you grant her the title of Hydro Archon, if there is no divine throne, then there is no Hydro Archon. And there never will be again. The divine throne is basically what makes an Archon. While the Gnosis are like a symbol, the throne is like Celestia's thrones, the 7 Archons. If it takes on the throne, no idea how she managed that or even think about that. It will mean that from this point forward, there will be only 6 Archons. I guess it would be still a bit complicated because it won't only be 6 Archons according to Celestia. Not to everyone else. Everyone else would just view it the same way. 7 Archons. Even if Farina is just a representation, it would still be considered the 7. Although technically it's down to 6. This is a lot. And now I finally figured it out.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Possibly because it's been used for so long that it will continue to be used, but not as a way to enact justice. In a way, it is to enact justice. Justice for the people of Fontaine. This is, by the way, a beautiful shot. Makes sense. 500 years of saving up these huge amounts of energy. Because after all, it is still pretty difficult to kill a god.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
As I said, by the Celestia's rules, without the throne, even if it stays empty, the throne will continue to exist. If she dies, the throne would essentially be empty. The concept of the Hydro Archon would still continue to exist as Celestia. For the people of Teyvat, that concept will continue to exist forever, or at least until something happens. But if the throne is destroyed, yeah, she will be the final Hydro Archon, and no one will ever take her place again unless Celestia does something. Which they won't, because, as we know, they're in a dormant state. Fuck. That's like completely messing up everything. Essentially, the Archons are what you could refer to as the rulers of humanity. As in, they are the most highest beings for Teyvat. Because they don't realize that there are even higher beings, even more powerful. Celestia and all that. So, for the people of Teyvat, for everyone involved, this is a huge thing.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. As I said, the concept of Hydro Archon would be removed. While Focalor is the Hydro Archon at the moment, and the sentence is technically for her, in truth, is for the very concept of the Hydro Archon.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, You must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Yes. Indeed. If there's... Because it was separated through the Gnosis. It was separated through the Archons. That power. Celestia stole the power from the dragons and distributed it to the Archons. If the concept of Hydra doesn't exist, then yes. Especially since Nuvolette is there, I don't know what else happened either otherwise, but yes. It would only make sense for them to return to him. Like, it would be like first attaching to the Hydra Archon, but what other concept could it attach to? Well, the nearest concept would of course be the Hydro Dragon, wouldn't it?
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Well, that too.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
He's the only Dragon Sovereign to regain his powers, unless... I don't know. Maybe Tsuritsu's plan is like, ooh, Fosler, your plan is good. Now that I have access to all the Gnosis, I could possibly do the same with all Archons. While not essentially killing them, because she couldn't, because they're playable characters, she could essentially destroy their divine thrones, I could imagine.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Yeah. Again, the heavenly principles, by the way, as far as I'm concerned, the heavenly principles and Celestia are like essentially the same thing. Yeah, from what we've learned so far, no one likes the heavenly principles. No one! And all they did so far was cause trouble. Was cause suffering. I mean, with the dragons. Why did they do it? What was the purpose for things to come down and be like, yeah, dragons, fuck you, I'm gonna kill most of you, if not all of you, and take your powers and give it to gods of my creation. What was the purpose of that? What did you need to do it for? After all, he doesn't even belong to this world either. That's actually a motherfucker when you think about it. He literally came to this world and decided to claim ownership, destroy the dragons, kill the dragons, take their power, make his own creations, gods and humans, and give it to them. And claim that it's what always does. And not only stopping there, but causing even more suffering. Faints, fuck you.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
She's basically being like, yo, we did nothing wrong. Why are you deciding to destroy all of Fontaine for an act you did yourself? And was only done because it was an act of kindness.
Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
You're supposed to judge all of
In
Fontaine.
the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
She's like, knew it. Oops, wrong button. I knew it. That's what the plan was. Which means they aren't guilty for this sin.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
They're essentially the same being. you've done. This went on please have me as a human, just as I wish that we could. We will actually to the point where it's
I, Iudex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Right now.
Why the fuck did Betty just decide to speak now? All of a sudden. There's one more problem. Wait the fuck.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
This all happened in like a second or something? You have no idea. They're just standing here like nothing. Listen, is everything alright? That was all? That felt like hours.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
You know shit. No shit.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
Yeah, it was. Hold on,
it's time
because of
to
you.
end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
She was like, yeah, I know. I know, there was a lot going on. I saw the dance on the other hand.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Just now.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
This is also a brilliant shot. Wish I was Hydra aligned at the moment. Would have made it a bit better. But I will allow it. Not like I can change it. There's also Antigon. This is beautiful. I remember that attack.
Execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I have already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Where is it going on next? There. Are you bitch?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Birds, here we go! Ah! Yahoo! Too late for regrets.
The all-devouring Narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. It can't really present itself.
We'll see about that. Truth repeat. thingy over there. It looks really scary. You can get away. Yahoo! Huh?
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Brace yourselves.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Yahoo! I'm going in! Gears of the storm! Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff.
As one with wind and cloud! That hurts!
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Come on.
Let's light it up! Dare to mess with me? Brace yourselves. Think you can get away?
Is that really all? Huh. Where the fuck is Child? There he is. Hi.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know about her existence. I've known her for a while. But that second part I didn't know. What do you mean master's pet? Number one, you have a master. Number two. The fuck do you mean pet? That Narwhal was its pet?
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point. But they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
You're a master's pet.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring Narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring Narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring Narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
I mean, it's pretty.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sir Taloji.
Who?
I am
unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Only in Child's thing, The Foul Legacy.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Well, that name we know.
Oh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No. It is natural after all. The prophecy would surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Except, Wriothesley has made a plan for that. And, of course, that part.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Since no letters said sins are forgiven, the people of Fontaine no longer are affected by the primordial seawater. Yes! Fontaine!
All hands initiate emergency rescue!
The giant arc that I was talking about. Jesus!
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Boy. What's there? The House of the Hearth.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
She's free. After 500 years of suffering.
Are you alright?
She's free. And it appears
The prophecy.
everyone is Mindy, stop talking. This is... I understand completely why people say...
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
I understand why people love Fontaine.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been the real big shots from the stars.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
I'm just
sure
smiling
that
at
these
my
stories would draw even your well-traveled eye.
This is an amazing Archon quest. The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
I'll put it in Nahida's words, the future is
And
still
that's
unknown.
exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Jesus. Fuck sleep, I'm skipping tomorrow. Holy shit. Navia! Ah! Is this something from Fatui?
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Yeah, that looks like someone from Fatui. I guess she's still keeping contact with Alekino.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh, the Fatui are here too.
I like how it's changing the views on Fatui. In this nation and the nation following, Nadland, the view on Fatui has been shifting.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Okay, you're a good guy. You like cats. I gotta go real quick. Alright, I'm back. If I hadn't known about this Archon quest, about what it would entail, for example, Farina's identity, I knew that already. If I had known, I would have cried. This would have been a stream where I would have cried, probably a story quest.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too.
How
are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
There really is.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
That takes my picture person.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Alright.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clorinde.
No, he's like, I am right here.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
I'm pretty sure. Here is already gone, isn't it? Alright. Let's go to Meripede. Meripede. I will always pronounce it wrong.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
At this point, like 80% of our time in Fontaine was spent in the Fortress of Meripede.
Looks like you've been missing us.
What was that about Risley? Why not making a personal show there?
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
This is interesting. Like, what should we call him? Duke? That sounds a lot like Diluc. Or Risley.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
So she has connections
It's
to
an
Seashore
honor to
already.
finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Lorraine.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
I said it was an arc, and it was confirmed to be actually called that, an arc.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
No. She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all their worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this
It
kind
would
of
have been
thing
fun.
before.
It would have been fun if it in the end it was revealed there was something actually going on. I didn't think it would happen, but it would have been funny.
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Oh god.
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile?
You're always smiling, Siegeween.
How have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
You walk by as if I want a chance to move above the
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
By the way, I'm pretty sure we still have his fucking vision. Because, well, we never had a conversation with him, so... We still have his vision in our inventory.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, Actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Alright.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
How are y'all?
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't really look all that opposed to the idea, you know.
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lorvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
What the fuck? There. You see that too. You see Zidrine's face there too, right? There! It's flickering! Like... Behind the Duke? In front of the Duke. Like for a split second there. Fontaine Harbor. Where the fuck is that? Alright. No wonder I didn't know where it was exactly. It's all the way at the bottom. Really? I thought it was near... I must say, I was... Actually, it's been so long that I thought it was near the court of Fontaine. There is something, though, that interests me. It was... in the upper epic class. Okay, I'll be right there. But it was... Farina standing there, watching over that thing. And I think it was up here, upper epic class. No, it wasn't. Marathon Harbor. What's it called? Finale? Yeah. It's all the way down there. Oh, okay. I'm going in the wrong direction. Of course I am. Ah! And you stay out of water.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
I might have killed Wendy, but I don't think so. Nope. There! It's this linear on the net. That's also promenade. Hi!
I didn't see them! They really are here! How did you know?
Navia Cecilia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Magic pockets! We're back to them distributing magic pockets.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Why is it suddenly
friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
I like how Lynette just
You could
glanced
just make
over
a
at
friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
Well,
to be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
oh, the shy Fremine is trying to become less shy.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Who knows?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Finally, you say our. That sail is still not rendering. From the first act it wasn't rendered, and from the fifth act it's still not rendering.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Not even Linny. Just those
My,
two.
that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Well, the gnosis is, all in all, now completely useless. And I mean that in the broadest sense possible. There is not a single use anymore left for that gnosis in Fontaine. It's different from the Dendronosis because that was still like a symbol of the Archon. Fontaine's Gnosis is no longer a symbol for an Archon because there is no Archon. So it's essentially useless. And all the power which was held by the previous Archon, the throne of Celestia, is now back in Neuvillette. Essentially, yeah, no. No. That thing is like trash.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Paimon, think about it.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a
There is even a possibility, Paimon, that the Gnosis holds no power at all anymore.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervulet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Huh.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervulet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
I was there just about a little bit.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I can now call him one of my war buddies.
When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father.
Father?
Yeah. I don't know why I sometimes call father too.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. At last, in the 5th act, Child gets his vision back.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Charlotte!
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Yep.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
Oh.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. Oh, I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
Also,
that's right.
Probably.
Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
Yep. Always a magic. Once a magic pocket, always a magic pocket.
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Nervulet's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Just checking. But it does appear like Arlecchino did indeed die. Alright. This could always be like that. Monsieur Novelet. Monsieur Novelet. I need to cook more food. Why did they give me a cutscene right there? Huh? Oh, it was probably, yeah, I do have... I have Farina's sword. I had it already for a while. It's Farina's banner, actually. Rivulet! Hi! Oh. The entrance to Merripede is open.
You really are here, Rivulet. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all.
It makes sense. He's the end of the Archon question answerer. You know, like, in Monster it was Venti, in Leo it was Zhongli, in Inazuma it was Miko, in Samara it was Nahida, and in Atlan it was Mawika. And in this case it will be Novelet.
Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
And I said something before telling the truth of considering what happened that day. Fossil is swift to having the principal and used Farina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Farina's part myself.
Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say there was, at that moment, that the Fontainians were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Yes.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalors had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
She's human now. She's probably mortal now. And she has no reason to keep acting. She's free. She is no longer. She never was the Archon in a way.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Oh, she'll slave for a long time.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
Okay.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it?
Yep.
Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's noses.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
What next stop on my journey? I already know it's Natlan. I've
You
been
will
there.
soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid
Yes.
that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Yes.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
There are lots of different types of dragons. Yes, there are some, at least in history, that are like him. But also the descendants of dragons, which are all over Netland. Like, Saurians are nothing less than descendants of dragons.
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
The fact that I did Natlan before this means I know about the captain. The name does not scare me. Not at all. Nor does it evoke any sort of emotion from me because, well, I was there when he was introduced and I was there when he died. Already. He's dead.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are
But I don't need.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
She's like, oh yeah, I have a student. I have a disciple. Right, I almost forgot. That weakest guy.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Cinder. She mentions one of them. I am the fourth descender. For me, this means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to the descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
The descendants refer to people who do not come from this world. Oh, it's a fourth. And there were three others. Fane's was the first, and the second and third are unknown.
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
I would not like to test that out, no.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
No.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy, comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Who knows how they died.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright, whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god.
Yeah.
And she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
No, I wasn't needed for
I
Fontaine.
suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Masquerade of the Guilty. We did it. Act 4, F5. What? Wait. Do this. Then we do this. And by the end of the day, we're almost finished. Catherine.
Ad Astra Abyssa. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
Ad And let's patch characters on this. Let's patch again. Then I'll buy another one here. And buy 2 in a row. 1, 2. I do not have something like called streamer lock. Anyway, this will be the end of stream. We always end on Venti. And yeah. I hope you have enjoyed this. We have finished Fontaine. We have fucking finished Fontaine. Oh my god. I'm tired. I will not do this anymore. That much I can say. And yeah. Bye-bye.